Chat. Chat, are we back? Chat? Yes? Okay, my internet had a little bit of a hiccup there. I guess this is the second stream of the year. Woohoo! Huge. Who's this? Character 122. Oh god. What the fuck? What's going on? What is happening to Hamdiji Cat? Is it my fault? Did I break it? Chad, I might have broken it. Okay. Yeah, so, okay. It's for this one, right? For this one, I could level Kole, but ideally I would want to level a Hydro character, I think, so that it's also useful for this one, right? So I guess it's Barbara. Does that mean we have to do this again? Thank you for the raid, Yuma Glorp Glorp. I don't want to do this again. Wait, no, that's awful. What the hell? Like, you're telling me I have to do more Oceanid and more Philanimo mushrooms? Like, what? No way. No way. Ain't no way. Yeah. Let's just do Kale. Let's go murder some chicken. Actually, I'm gonna heal first. But then let's go murder some chicken. Okay. This team isn't gonna work out. So I'm gonna go something else, I guess. I don't know, actually. I don't have characters that can do anything if you go for this, actually. I guess I don't need to be useful. I'll bring Sucrose, I guess. Alright, well, you do the damage, and I'll stare. But hey, we got 4. Does that matter, actually? Because we need 14 total, right? So we need to get 4 twice for it to matter. So it probably won't matter. Wait, no, because we started at 2. Wait, it matters even less then. We need to get 4 3 out of 3 times for it to matter. Yeah. Okay, well that sucks. I don't think you teleported far enough away, by the way. Not even a thank you to the Elper. Okay, listen. This Elper is getting to experience someone maintaining 100% Sugros uptime for them in Arlecchino team. Okay, they're the ones who should thank me, not the other way around. Oopsie. Okay, well, that's a skill issue. They walked into the Sucrose burst. Not my fault. Not on me. Okay, well, I think they might have done something wrong, but it's fine. Let's see, Lolly didn't look like she was applying a lot of cryo there. But that's okay. We need to wait for 2 minutes. No, it's not. Mawika uptime is not stronger than Veresa uptime in that team. Is you do Mawika CDC because you don't have an infinite amount of Veresa E's. And manual charge attacks on Veresa are worse than CDC. But if you don't have that issue because you have C2, then yeah, just no more driving, okay? Like you're in the you're in the 1%, okay? Like you're in a fucking limousine, okay? You've got someone else doing the driving for you. You don't have to bother. Oh. 32 more seconds, chat. If Showa is on Noblesse, does it matter to be able to burst every rotation? Kinda. It's actually part of why I don't like having Showa on Noblesse. Like, I don't like having Showa on Noblesse for 2 reasons. One, Noblesse tends to be the, like, default set that you go to on a lot of your supports. So very often you'll need to re-gear someone else if she's on Noblesse. And 2, not needing to use her burst is nice. Because it gives you more flexibility. Anyways. Dude, we actually got 4 2 out of 3 times. That's fucking insane. We needed to, like... That... I don't know how I feel about that, man. That's kind of pissing me off. Why is he farming Kole mats for IT? I got lucky. Listen, okay? Juicy steak is good and all, but like... if your steak is so juicy, you'd think it's a fucking surf and turf. Like, there might be a problem, okay? Like, waiter, my steak is too juicy. Anyways, what did I want to do on this account next? Right, I wanted to, like, actually go get the fucking Philanimo mushrooms. I want you to groan with me here, okay? Because I can't express my lack of desire to do any of this strongly enough without you. I have to do this without the fucking thing that shows you where it is on the map, too. Oh. Okay. Is that the newspaper quest? It is, right? Wait. I think it is. Yeah. Huge, man. Holy fuck. Oh, there's a chest over here. Okay, that's eggs, not mushrooms. Both tasty, but not in the same ways exactly. Another chest. Still haven't found a mushroom, though. Another chest. Oh, I found a mushroom. Mushroom number 1. Huge. Ah. Dude. I fucking hate Mondstadt. Can I get an amen in the chat for Mondstadt haters? How many mushrooms are there supposed to be in this one? Okay, 5. It's not that many. Because I was like, I feel like I'm missing them too much. Is that? I think that is. How the fuck do I even get up here, man? That doesn't work. That's what we do. Okay, we have 3 mushrooms now. I'm gonna give up on the remaining 3 in that area. Whatever. I'll get the ones from this area next. You guys can't see the mini map. Okay. I see a newspaper for the quest. So I'll go take that. I think we got most of them in this one, actually. So I'm okay with moving to the next one, honestly. Yeah, we also missed a bunch. But, oh well. It is what it is. What? Hello? Are there any on the Knights of Favonius building? I don't think so, right? What? Whatever, man. Good enough. Fuck this place. Let's go to Springvale. I wonder how many more people would have their Barbara leveled up if it wasn't for her requiring Philanimo mushrooms, actually. I feel like it would actually be, like, more people. Like, I feel like the Philanimo mushrooms are a roadblock for more people than the amount that would actually admit to it. Chai, you gotta own up to it. That's what a real man does. They own up to the fact that the reason why they didn't level up their Barbara is because of Philanimo mushrooms. And because Philanimo mushrooms are icky. Don't know what that was, but okay. Alright. If you say so. How many am I at now? How many more do I need? 6 more. 5 more. 4 more. 3 more. 2 more. I actually don't know if there's any left in Springvale, though. I feel like I've kind of gotten all of them, more or less. So maybe we go back to these places. Maybe we just buy them, actually. There's supposed to be 8 left here. Surely we can find a cluster. In the Sumeru Bazaar. Why in Sumeru? Why do the people of Sumeru... Like, what sort of like... merchant group pipeline is going on that there's a supply of Philanimo mushroom in Sumeru? And, like, nowhere else. Dude, we've almost finished the fucking newspaper quest just by looking for Philanimo mushrooms. That's kind of funny, actually. Okay, why can I not find the remaining ones? There's supposed to be 8 in this circle. No, I'm not gonna cheat and ask one of you guys to show me where they are. I'll do it by myself. I won't channel the whales that have Klee or Mika. Oh! There we go. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm not stuck. Is that enough? I think that's enough. I didn't realize it was a windmill in that circle. Yeah. Huge. Are you proud of me, chat? Waterborne Destiny. Holy. Mona's level 70. Huge. Next is Kole. I still need more of this. I didn't buy the wishes on this account yet. Should do that too. Before I forgore. Gamba? No. I'm saving my wishes until Yahoda's on standard. Because I didn't want to get... I didn't want to do any wishes on the Duran banner. But Yahoda would be nice to get on the account. She'd be above average, so... Okay. But yeah, so I don't have enough to actually finish leveling Kole today anyways. Because I need to kill the chicken one more time. But I can at least do some of the rest. Oh, but these are annoying to get too, right? No, they're not that bad. Are they bad? I don't think they're that bad with Malika, actually. They're like in the trees, right? So with Malika, it should be fine. And I actually have the characters that reveal where they are. So it's gonna be completely fine. I should do the smart thing. Training guide. We do this. And we need to get this to how many? Set the level. Oh yeah, you can do that, but that's fine. We need 50, right? Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, this is not that bad, honestly. I don't know why chat. I don't know what the fuck chat was on when they said this was bad. This is completely fine. Okay, you know what? I get it, actually. It does seem a little bit annoying. Fastest backtrack you've ever seen. Yeah. What? Okay, that's straight up not the right fucking specialty. Uh... +1 mushroom. Alright. Next is over here. Today I learned Malika bike mode is affected by wind currents. Yeah, it is. Most air movement is, I'm pretty sure. Like, as long as you're not free falling, pretty much every air movement is. Oh no. Malika's hitting them. Aggroing them. Being cringe. Why is she on standard wings? Because a real bird doesn't blame its wings. It's like, you know how a true craftsman doesn't blame their tools? Well, a true bird doesn't blame their wings. Just tuned in and heard him say that. Yeah, that's your first piece of wisdom in 2026 from Zajef77. You better be ready for many a tidbit of wisdom this year. You can teleport closer? No, I'm pretty sure that waypoint is not underground. A real skydiver would blame their parachute, though. Well, I just think you haven't met a real skydiver yet. That's what it sounds like to me, at least. Okay, frick you. Let's grab this. I'm gonna open the interactive map for the first time in a long-ass time, because I haven't done exploration on this account in the past, like, 3 patches. Alright, this has been marked. Uid views, yes. I love doing Uid views. I don't know. Nothing planned for today, at least, but who knows what the future has in store for us. What a roundabout way to say I don't want to. Well, it's not that I don't want to. Like, I like doing UID reviews. I just think that it gets really repetitive. So I don't like doing them that often. Because I feel like I just start repeating the exact same things. And I get self-conscious about how, like, useful I actually am. Oh my god. I got rolled on. I'm scared. I need 20 more. Okay. Why do they disappear and reappear in Matiima Forest? What's going on here? Did Zajef do IT in time, by the way? Yes. What kind of question is that? It's like asking, did the sun rise from the east today? Bro, by the way, okay, can we take a second to appreciate Japan for a second here? Because, like, if it wasn't for Japan, I wouldn't remember which cardinal direction the sun rises from. Like... Like, the fact that Japan is referred to as the land of the rising sun is the only reason why I can remember that the sun rises in the east. Because, like, cardinal directions are a social construct, okay? Like, who the fuck cares east? Like, just call it right and left, man. So, like, my brain just, like, doesn't really care that much. But, like, I know it should, right? But, anyways. What is this idiot bait? Listen, just because I say something that's stupid doesn't mean it's idiot bait. Like, maybe I'm just an idiot, okay? Like, what if I'm just dumb? Have you considered that possibility? Need 9 more. Need 5 more. Okay, we're not anywhere fucking close to the right height here. Still not enough? Is this a thing I can... Yeah. This feels like it would be a chest, but I guess not. Also, fuck. Okay, no, I'm fine. Holy shit. Insane gameplay. He remembered how it works. Using in-game mechanics to the limit of their value. Yeah. This is the gameplay min-maxing that you look for on the Zajef77 channel. I kind of like the elemental interactions with these mushrooms. I like elemental interactions in exploration in general. I think it's something that is actually kind of nice for the game. Like, it's annoying. It's one of those like gameplay features that are intended to cause friction in your gameplay experience, but like playing video games is like being a wheel, okay? Without friction, you're not getting anywhere. You know? Yeah, that's wisdom number 2 of 2026. Playing video games is like being a wheel. That's wisdom number 2. Idiot bait number 2. No, that was a smart quote. You're not gonna rage bait me into backing down on that one. I'm sorry. +1 pull. True. Alright. I'm like almost ready for IT, right? Because I need 22 characters, right? I have... Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4 extra ones, right? And then Collate can count. So if I filter Hydro, Electro... It was a Hydro, Electro, Pyro, right? Yeah. Pyro. Right, so we add 4 because of these extra. Add 5 because of Cole. Right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Right? With Columbina, that's 16, and we add 5. So I only need to level 1 more character. Right? We already have almost everything for Cole. So then the question is, which of these 4 should we level? And it's probably just Razor, because I already have the mats for him. And also, I already have these mats for him as well. Didn't I fucking pre-farm this as well, though? Yeah, I did. Maybe that's just what I should have done, then. No, because the Electro ones, I don't have these. I'm kind of cooked because of that. But then the Hydra ones, I'm also kind of cooked because I'll need them for Columbina. Whatever. No dust. I don't know when I'll... I mean, I guess I'm gonna be pulling for Columbina, so dust is fine. On the other account, I don't like using dust because I never know when I'll pull next. Like on my main. And like... because I skipped so many characters in Inazuma and Fontaine on the main, there were actually a few situations where I straight up could not buy the shop wishes because I didn't have the Stardust for it. And like, I have a little bit of trauma from that, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm not over it. I'm still upset. So I really don't like using my Stardust on Dust of Azoth. It just feels wrong. Didn't bro go for everyone in Fontaine? Did I? No, I didn't. I guess I did go for more than half of them, but like, I also skipped a good amount. You skipped 0 good characters. Well, I did skip Inefa. But I am planning on getting her on rerun, so maybe that doesn't count. Inefa wasn't that good on release, though. True. True. What's the best character I skipped? Other than Inefa? I guess it's like Nefer, maybe. But like, Lunar Power Creep has really made me change the way I think about my pulls. Pre-non-cry, what's the best character I skipped? I guess it was Ganyu at the time, right? But I didn't have Venti back then. I got Venti on a rerun. Ganyu wasn't that good. Ganyu was that good. Back when Venti was good and you needed to have a team that let you play National on the other side without unit overlap, Ganyu was actually pretty fucking good. Like, she was never better than Changling, but like, we gotta understand that at the time, you just didn't have two good teams. Is Ganyu even viable now? I think the best way to think about a character like Ganyu is that like you can think of like C6R5 Ganyu being equivalent to C0R0 Maoika. That's probably not even true, actually. Well, probably. Hmm. Yeah, okay. I should rephrase this. You should think of Whale Ganyu, so not necessarily C6R5 Ganyu, but like C6R1 Ganyu with like C2 of the relevant 5-star supports or whatever, being equivalent to full C0R0 Maoika Premium. With C2 Escafé, I'd expected to maybe be better. No, not really, because Ganyu's cons aren't as good in freeze. Like if you do C6 Ganyu, it's pretty heavily incentivizing melt. And just whale gameplay in general incentivizes melt. Because higher artifact investment, and access to signature weapons and character constellations tends to inflate the value of characters that scale with more different stats. Right? So the more different stats you scale with, the better you scale with whaling generally. And not just whaling, but just like high investment stuff, right? Like there's a reason why International was like the speedrunning goat for such a long time. Even way past International actually being one of the strongest meta teams. Because as it turns out, and this is not your third tidbit of wisdom of 2026, because this is from 2025. But vaping is good, chat. Child's melee burst mode hits hard too for massive front-loaded damage. I mean, for the time of his release, yeah. And for today's standard, no. Like, you gotta realize. Okay? Let me try to find what the best possible way of contextualizing this is. Okay, I've figured it out. Right, Child's melee burst, 800, little bit under 800 motion value. If you vape it, double that, so 15 to 1600 motion value. Escoffier's burst, if you melt it, also about 1500 motion value. Like, straight up, if you build them similarly, your Escoffier burst will hit about as hard as your Child burst. It's not good, man. For today's standards, it's what supports hit for on their bursts. On their bursts that you don't even use for damage, but because of the other things that they do. What would you say about Whale Child? How relevant is it in today's meta? Unfortunately, we're long past the point where Child's best whale teams are just wheelchair. Like, if you have C6R5 Child with C0R0 everything else, I'm pretty sure his best team is still wheelchair. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have good cons, so, like, that obviously doesn't help, right? But anyways, alright, let's maybe we can watch the new guys video. Oh my god! Why was my YouTube muted? Let's give it to VOD watchers as well.
Guys, Colombina will come out very soon, and in this video I will tell you what I think about her pull value, pinpointing whether or not I think she's a must pull, something that's been quite common for characters of relevance in the past, so Archon type characters like Mavuika and Fiorina. In doing that I will of course...
It's actually so tragic that his accent is too thick for auto captions to like work properly, and the auto captions are literally saying the exact opposite of what he's saying. Like this is a, what do you call it, an antonym of what he actually said. Which is very tragic, but oh well, it is what it is.
in the past, so Archon type characters like Mavuika and Fiorina. In doing that, I will of course take into account their Theorite's place in the current meta, and I will also give you,
Cause like when the auto captions just say a fucking random ass word like Muya, you might not know, like if you have hearing difficulties, or if you just don't have audio on for some reason, like you might not know what he said, but at least you'll know that like you're confused. But if the auto captions say something that makes sense but is the exact opposite of what's being said, you might not actually realize that what's written down is not what he actually said.
a future outlook, trying to predict how this character will stand the test. So going back to Columbina, first and foremost, it's important to understand what type of
Okay. the auto sponsor skip add-on or whatever that I have it made it look like that was a really bad cut.
character she is. Primarily, she's a Hydra off-field DPS with some support on top of it. This is something.
Holy shit, a Hydra off-field DPS? Yo. How many heads? Is it 3 heads, 1 for each moon? The Geomoon, the Electromoon, and the Dendromoon? And then which, like, the head that attacks is just whichever reaction you're doing? Thoughts? Probably.
You should really keep in mind, because while her support is pretty nice all things considered, her damage is what stands out about her. Her firepower is probably the highest in the Hydra field niche, as she will deal damage at ranges from 400.
Okay. So, like, here, the question I have is, what exactly does personal damage mean here? Like, how are we counting Llama Quills? Also, how is the Raiden version so much higher? Is this 5 Raiden? Because Raiden, like, with the energy refund by itself, I don't think is enough. But 5 Raiden I could see being enough to make this big of a difference. So it probably is 5 Raiden, actually. What the fuck is 5 Raiden? 5 has been Raiden's best 4-star weapon basically since she came out. Okay, like that's the honest truth that they don't want you to know about. Okay? Like, okay, TOM being Raiden's best artifact set is like a half rage bait, right? Because, like, yeah, a KQM standard investment without taking into account how your damage profile changes and like how breakpoints interact with that, with front-loaded damage versus just damage over time. TOM is technically slightly better, but the difference is small enough that I would still say that if you want to play Raiden National, you should go Emblem over TOM. I don't think you need to farm Emblem if you already have a good TOM, but anyways. But I think 5 over catch is actually like 100% something you should do. 5 is just too good, man. Like, being able to get more than one Fav proc per rotation is just broken as fuck. Because you basically get a second Fav on your team for free. So Fav on on-fielders, when you're using them in like pseudo wheelchair teams where they're not doing that much damage, is just really goated. You know, people dunk on Neuvillette for being like the OG wheelchair user, but like it really was Raiden, right? Like it really was Raiden.
$100,000 to $700,000 per rotation, a cheap investment with realistic artifacts, as long as the team can help with any of her lunar reactions. She doesn't rely on particular teammates buff to achieve damage in this range, especially because for the most part, as a HP scaling unit that doesn't benefit much from damage bonus, she doesn't really have access to many supports. This, I will say, is the biggest consistent impact she will have on teams because her support is rather finicky in comparison. From a pure numerical supportive standpoint, Columbina really doesn't impress, as through her burst she increases the team's lunar reaction bonus by up to 40%, and as a baseline she also increases those reactions base damage by 7%, and that's it. However, her support is, again, kind of finicky because she does have a few other little things that aren't purely numerical. Through her passive, she allows for additional triggers of Lunar Charge and Lunar Crystallize reactions, and also allows you to generate 3 additional Verdant Use per rotation on Dendro teams. This last part in particular is the best aspect of her support from a quality of life standpoint, because it makes something that has been a bit frustrating to manage on effort teams with Hydra players like Aino pretty trivial instead. Lastly, she enables all lunar reactions by herself, so Lunar Charge, Lunar Bloom, and Lunar Crystallize, granted the team can actually trigger those reactions of course. For Lunar Charge and Lunar Bloom, this is mainly nice to counter some of the bosses that have specific weaknesses to lunar reactions, as we've seen a lot of in Stygian Onslaught as of late. For Lunar Crystallize it's great in general, because it transforms a reaction that is really bad and does pretty much nothing into a reaction that deals quite a lot of damage per rotation. As a result, she should be a really nice support for pretty much any Geo character. So, while their numerical buffs aren't amazing or anything, even compared to a 4-star character like Aino at Constellation 6, taking everything she provides into account makes
I know C6 versus Columbina's support. And what are these percentages? Is that Flynn's personal DPS? And Nefer personal DPS? Or... I assume that's what it is. But that doesn't make sense. Maybe he's including the reaction damage itself as well? I guess? But 116 still sounds higher than it should be. Feels like total team DPS? No, because then it would be higher than 116. 107 is way too low? No. It's unclear what exactly this percentage is referring to. Well, like if you look at Nefer personal damage, which I think this is what it's trying to say, with Columbina versus with Aino, it should be very similar. If anything, I think it would be higher with Aino, right? So I'm really confused. It's total team DPS? It's not, though. Because she is not a 7% upgrade over Aino for total team DPS. It's way more than that. So yeah, I actually don't know what number this is referring to, because I feel like it's too high for it to be Nefer personal damage, but too low for it to be team DPS. Maybe it's supposed to refer to just the rest of the team's damage. Because, like, if you also include the damage from Llama's whole D, this 7% difference probably makes sense. But yeah, I'm honestly just really confused. I feel like this graph is just incredibly confusing because I have no idea what it's referring to. I don't like this graph. This is a bad graph.
Makes her look quite a bit better at increasing her teammates' performance. The overall result is that all of the heavily non-cry focused teams are going to set a new.
Okay, can we... I'm deeply bothered by Llama's color being Electro instead of Dendro. Chat, I'm upset. Okay, let's take a look at these rotations. Nefer E, Columbina EQ, Llama Q, Hold E, Kuki E. Okay. I suppose that makes sense. Then for the Flynn's one, it's Columbina EQ, Inefa E, Sucrose E, N1, or E or N1Q, based on whether E is available or not. Oh boy, we're doing fucking charge attacks on Flynn's now. How many people here do charge attacks intentionally on Flynn's? I'm actually very curious. Not me, but I will now. True, actually. I'm like looking at this, I'm trying to think, because I feel like these numbers are a bit lower than what I get when I do my calcs. Did I do a cookie version? I might not have done a cookie version. I might just be sucrose build, actually. Okay, what I really need to know, actually, is which of these 40% is bigger. I need to know if Inefa does more damage than Flynn's here. It's actually, like, deeply necessary for me. Show the decimals, TGS. I thought Zabai was closer to Nefer and Flynn's without Eat Lua C6. It's because Zabai's best team, if you don't have Eat Lua C6, does not have Eat Lua. It's closer than what these graphs are indicating, because non-C6 Eat Lua is just not worth playing.
DPS standard for most people. If you ignore the Mabuika rotations with very hard combos.
No Serenade in the Nefer team? No, it's there. The naming convention is just really bad here. Wait, no. You're right. There is no Serenade in the Nefer team. What is he calling the Morningstar set? Moon. Is there Moon in the name? Because there's Moon in Silken Moon Serenade. So I'm just confused now. So much Moon. Yeah. I'll actually DM him. TGS. Is this graph accurate? Wait, no. How do I say this? Did you forgo to replace what set Columbina was on here on the graph or in the calc? That's so mean. What the fuck? Damn. I'm devastated. I take it back? Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
To execute, this is pretty much as high as it gets for Genshin meta as of right now. Note that the Nefer and Zibai teams here
Our instinct in Lua. Yeah, I mean, that's the sort of stuff that, like, happens, you know? Okay, I don't think he understood the question, because he said yes. So, I don't... it was a one or the other question. It wasn't a yes-no. Fuck. Well, yes.
can reach higher damage ceiling than the infographics show by ditching the defensive characters on their teams for offensive ones, but the purpose of this video is not to compare these main DPSs to one another, rather to highlight the impact Columbina has for them and whether or not you should pull for her if you had them. The answer is an obvious yes. Before I move on, let me remind you that if you enjoy my channel but you haven't subbed yet, please consider doing so because it really makes me notice your support. What I said previously, however, only pertains to non-cry DPSs that have direct lunar attacks in their kit that Columbina buffs. For pretty much any other character that isn't Geo, Columbina changing the reaction to a lunar one isn't really doing much, because for an Electro Charge, the lunar charge isn't really a big damage increase, if at all, and the Lunar Bloom, the only thing it does is generating the Verdant Dew that is only useful for Llama, Columbina, and Nefer, of course. For Geo characters, since Crystallize is terrible, it should be a net damage gain, but since she's not doing anything else from a supportive standpoint, she's not exactly moving mountains for the Geo main DPSs like Navia and Ito. Basically, this character is no Fiorina, in that she doesn't have a semi-universally useful supportive kit, but rather...
Okay, we're gonna need to have a few words here.
Its value will be kinda matchup dependent. Still, for other DPSs, you can sort of compromise if you have the not-cry sub-DPSs like in F and Llama, which of course Columbina buffs, and so you can pretend you're running a Raiden or Nuvolette carry team with them, when realistically it's just a front for the monsters in the back. Specifically, Neffa can reach pretty insane output with Columbina, and she arguably becomes the strongest pure off-field DPS in the game with her, especially if the rest of the team is made by characters that also benefit her instead of awkwardly fitting in. Out of all the teams I've calculated of this kind, the most intriguing one was a full wheelchair team with Inefa, Columbina, and Durin.
Okay, I feel like we're kind of losing the meaning of wheelchair right now. Like, it's not a wheelchair if there's no one sitting on the chair. Like, this is just a self-driving car. You know, like
don't expect many people to have all the components for this core, as Durin specifically came out in the current patch. So
okay.
if you're getting Columbina, you probably don't have Durin as well, but the sheer output of this lineup with no real main carry is nothing short of impressive. Then there are teams with main carries such as Raiden or an Anemo driver, so characters that are clearly not meant to deal damage, but rather to help the sub DPS.
Oh my god. Okay, listen, buddy. We can't be having 9% Raiden on catch instead of Fav. Alright? Like, at this point, okay? When Raiden's personal damage contribution in the team is the same as Aoife, with Aoife on Fav, not on a damage weapon, right? You have to let it go. Let it go, man. Let it go. Or like we need to understand, okay? If Aoife was on a damage weapon too, he would be doing more damage than Raiden here.
With their own unique support. These are teams I like to consider as meta improvements because everybody of the composition is fulfilling a role they're supposed to cover. Where this concept starts losing me is when you're adding to the mix a main DPS that really doesn't synergize in any great way from a kit standpoint with the rest of the team. Since pretty much 90% of the main DPS in the game have been power crept in Notcry, characters like Columbina, Inef, and Llama can make them look pretty good compared to what they had before. But rather than feeling like a meaningful buff for them, it's just a glaring band-aid to cover the fact that they've been left behind. And so if you're getting Columbina in an attempt to save them, I don't think that's really worth it from a meta standpoint. Also because since their damage doesn't really benefit from this type of support you cast, if you invested on them with constellations and signature weapons, those aspects aren't really getting magnified by Columbina's presence, and so odds are they will still perform better with more traditional teams. It's kinda like the double Hydro situation of the whole Yelan and Xingqiu, or Furina and Yelan. But at least in that scenario, Furina and Yelan provided damage bonuses for the team, while Columbina and Inefa are more selfish than that. It's worth noting that without a second Notcry character, while Columbina's damage stays high, there is a significant drop-off in team output, as the whole point of the archetype is about the raw damage the Notcry sub-DPSs can dish out, so none of them is really replaceable. The exception here is a Geo DPS like Navia, because as I said before, Columbina enabling Lunar Crystallize is a quite effective support for her. Still, Navia's own damage output is really nothing impressive, and the same goes for Geo characters other than Jibai. Basically, if you don't have a not impressive
How is Zabai 17.5 second if she has an 18-second cooldown? Okay, you want to know what my actual toxic TC take is? I think it's fine to lie for rotation length. Like, sometimes a rotation length that isn't actually possible will be more representative of real gameplay than if you force yourself to things that actually are. Because you gotta compare two different teams that are gated by the same rotation length, right? We look at Mawika teams that are gated by 18-second rotation length because of Mawika's burst cooldown. And you look at Arlecchino teams that are gated at 16 or technically 15.6 second because of Arlecchino's skill cooldown with 6 and 3. The reality is that if you're like relatively adept at playing Maoika, like you've practiced the team a little bit, you will consistently end up swapping to Maoika with like 0.5 second left on burst. Right? So you will always get your rotation exactly 18 seconds. Over and over and over. Back to back, always 18 seconds. With Arlecchino, that 15.6 rotation that people are rounding to 16, very, very often, because the rotation isn't gated by animation time, it's gated, or isn't gated by cooldowns, it's gated by animation time, every single dash that isn't part of the optimal combo that you do to dodge enemies, slight delay that you have on elemental skill or burst usage because of enemy movement or whatever, all of that adds to your rotation length. It doesn't in Maoika teams, because in Maoika teams, it eats into the 2 seconds of like additional time that you have in between the 16 seconds of animations you have to do and the 18 seconds of cooldown that you have, right? But with the Arlecchino team, those 16-second rotations in practice never actually take 16 seconds. They're always like about 18 seconds. But I don't think that just because there's a lot of human error element included, we should necessarily assume that the Arlecchino rotation is 18 seconds. Because, like, with good execution, you can get it to be 16 seconds most of the time. But if you're going to be assuming 16 seconds on Arlecchino, which I think is reasonable, is it also reasonable to assume 18 seconds on Maoika? When, in practice, both rotations take around the same amount of time in a lot of situations. I think the answer to that is that it's completely reasonable to basically round down your rotation length for teams that are gated by cooldowns more than animation length. Or you can round up your rotation length for the other ones. But the thing is, no one wants to do that. And if you're going to be comparing calcs with other people's calcs, you kind of have to go off of a similar standard. So I actually think that for the sake of calc comparison, just allying in rotation length is actually a pretty acceptable thing to do. But only for some teams. Right? Only for teams that are gated more by cooldowns than rotation length. If your rotations are tight because of animation length, I don't think you should do that. But if you have wiggle room in your rotations, I think you can. Right, like that's why I'm completely okay with Nefer rotation lengths that are slightly shorter than 18 seconds. Anyways, that was my toxic take. I hope you enjoyed it. Speaking of long rotation, how is Navia taking 21.5 seconds? That kind of just tends to be what happens with the 2 Shilon and E Navia rotations. You just have so many things you need to do.
passive, and the same goes for Geo characters other than G-Buy. Basically, if you don't have a Nodcry main DPS, but you have Ineffa and you want to use her on a lot of teams, then Columbina is a good pull. However, if you're pulling for her to save the old characters on your account, I don't think she's worth it, because she makes the team about her and the other Nodcry characters on the composition rather than the main DPS in question. And honestly, this archetype might easily phase out if these main DPSs get actually fitting supports in the future, like for example Arlecchino getting a Citlali upgrade for her melt teams. Of course, for the foreseeable future, she will make things better for them in Stygian, but that's all momentary after all. Last but not least, Columbina can also be a good main DPS if paired with Dendro characters. In fact, she can spend Verdant Dews while...
Okay. That Dendro characters with an S? That's a lie. That you don't have like a whole lot of choice.
field to use a special charge attack, so she's basically a Nefer alternative. Just like for Nefer, Llama is pretty much instrumental for her performance.
Why are we comparing with Ineffa? Like I feel like that's kind of counterproductive, you know?
And any Dendro replacement will make the team much weaker. If not for the fact that the other non-cry DPSs outperform her, Columbina will be in the top tier of the DPSs of the game, which is pretty great for a character that is mainly meant to cover an off-field role. I would say that if you have Llama but you didn't pull for Nefer, Columbina will be a pretty good pull to cover the Lunar Bloom niche, also considering everything else she brings to the table that I already mentioned. So, as a whole, I wouldn't say Columbina.
Because without Ineffa, you're fucked without Llama. I mean, yeah, but like that's the point he's making, and I feel like those team choices don't really convey that all that well. Because like this team is not Columbina carry. Like, it's still Ineffa. Like the damage distribution here is very similar to what the damage distribution is in the Ineffa Columbina wheelchair stuff. Right? I don't think he had any of them. No, maybe he did. I mean, kinda, right? He had this, right? Well, like, you can see the damage distribution here if you exclude Neuvillette. Like, between Ineffa and Columbina is very similar, and obviously... I don't know if he actually had... like, the Sucrose... He had Aoife driver, yeah. So, like, this is, like, the best comparison here, right? You look at the damage distribution with Aoife driver here versus this one. And you can see that it's really similar, right? And the DPS is lower. Anyways.
Llama is pretty much instrumental for her.
Like, I feel like it would have been easier to convey this if you weren't using Ineffa. And you were using Kuki instead.
Performance, and any Dendro replacement will make the team much weaker. If not for the fact that the other non-cry DPSs outperform her, Columbina will be in the top tier of the DPSs of the game, which is pretty great for a character that is mainly meant to cover an off-field role. I would say that if you have Llama...
Because, like, I don't think he's including any any teams with Llama that don't have Inefa here, right? But you're not anywhere close to needing Inefa in these teams. And I feel like someone who doesn't know that already might be led to a different conclusion from the fact that there are no inclusions of calcs without Inefa.
Also considering everything else she brings to the table that I already mentioned. So, as a whole, I wouldn't say Columbina is a must pull. Like, the closest she gets to that is for non-cry DPSs, of course, but I wouldn't say her kit is...
The team with Nefer, Llama, Haikuki. Yeah, but like, I'm talking about Columbina carry here.
Consistently valuable enough to be a must pull as a whole. Especially because, as you might have understood from this video, her synergy with characters that are not from Notcry is just not that great. And so it's very possible that a year from now or so, you'll be looking at this character in your box and think, okay, what am I doing with her now? And with this, I'm done for today. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to subscribe and also go check in eBay in the description below if you want to get discounted gems.
eBay. Wow, that's an eBay sponsorship. That's crazy. Could you calc Inefa versus Cookie in that team? I don't really want to do that again. When I looked at it, the teams were very similar. It was like 7k DPS diff. That sounds about right. I don't actually remember what the difference was, but that sounds like that lines up with my impression. I have really bad short-term memory, but that sounds right. Probably. I think. You haven't made your elixir this patch on main. Alright, let's do that, I guess. It's better to use the XP directly, right? Because, like, I think it was, like, really similar XP per, like, level per XP, but it doesn't cost any Mora, whereas using leveled artifacts means that you've spent the Mora on leveling them already, right? Yeah. Wow. +1 elixir. Huge. It's exactly the same XP. It's not exactly the same XP. Because I remember that the way that they calc the XP, like, they round things. So there's specific breakpoints where the rounding is more favorable. I don't remember which levels it was. Was it level 8? 12? Whatever. 4? 4 and 8? That makes sense. But it's because it's all just a matter of rounding. Then you're generally just like it's basically the same. And then if you use the XP directly, it's way cheaper in Mora. What weapon are you putting on Inefa if you're playing carry Colombina? On this account? Well, I don't think I'll be playing carry Colombina with Inefa on this account. Actually, on either account. I'll just do it with Llama, no with Inefa. But what weapon am I going to be putting on Inefa? That's actually a good question. I don't know. I haven't given that much thought yet. Is it just going to be deathmatch? I guess I don't really have anyone who's attached to deathmatch right now. All the polearm users I use are Fav users. Or on-fielders that use Jadewing Spear. Yeah. So my deathmatch is pretty free. Yeah. Spine on Inefa. I guess it would be good on the teams where I'd use her in this account. Sure. Please go to gadgets and click on the book for 100 primos. No, I like the notification more. What spine are we referring to? You mean for Inefa's weapon? We're talking about Serpent Spine. We're talking about using the Claymore on Inefa. That's the spine we're referring to. Good catch. Can't believe I forgot to mention which spine we were referring to. Oh, we're talking about Skyward Spine, obviously. Is this the just main account? Yes, this is my main account. When's the last time I did an account review on main? I feel like it's been a while, right? 2023? It was last year. That's not helpful, man. Like, what was the latest character? When I did my last account review for the main account. It was January 29th. So it was right after Mawika? Before Varesa? Oh. I guess my account has changed a decent amount since then. But that's not what I want to do today. I think today I want to do Zabai pre-release. Does that mean we have to do more Zabai calcs? Because I kind of have to... I kind of have to update my thoughts. I remember getting a little bit lost in the sauce when looking at non-Ilua teams. Right. Like, I remember we looked at Shilonen Farina. We looked at Mona Albedo. But, like, one of the problems I have is that I'm really not confident in these rotation length. Like... I can help. Sure, I guess. If you want. Just default rotation length for the Idlua team. And for Shilone and Farina, I guess, but meh. Shilone Q E N2, Farina EQ, Kamina EQ, Shilone E N2, Zabai E. I had 22 seconds. Okay. That's what I was assuming. This was... This was burst every rotation. When I was assuming that. But it's kind of weird for Zabai's burst, because, like, she generates her particles over time. So you don't actually need to have... Like, if your ER requirements are, like, 130, if you're at, like, 115 ER, you can burst every rotation for, like, 3 rotations in a row. So it's so weird to calc. Because, like, it depends on when exactly you use the burst, and you can kind of use it whenever during her uptime. Maybe I just do this tomorrow, honestly. Maybe that's the play. Shilona's healing even enough to maintain HP positivity with Farina? Oh, yeah. Pretty easily. The biggest problem, though, is Shilone burst duration, not healing amount. Because you kind of don't want to use your buff uptime to be on Shilone burst. So you're kind of supposed to use Shilone burst before your other burst. So by the time you swap to Zabai, your Shilone burst is like almost over. Which is why you can't use Harbinger on this team. It's really sad, but it is what it is. But yeah. I also had Mona Albedo at the same rotation length, but I don't know how real that is. It's probably real, right? Would instructor be better on Shilonen? I think when I was doing my calcs, I had scrolls a little bit better. You check defense circlet in that Shilonen team, it's gonna be worse. Because we're not using Harbinger. We have like 0 crit. Yeah, like the damage percent isn't bad. And 40 damage percent is a lot bigger than 120 EM. Especially because the 120 EM isn't full uptime. And then you also get more Ascendant Gleam bonus if you're on a 5-star set. For non-lunar damage is equal to the reaction damage last time I checked. Does that make sense? Yeah, it does. Around 350k lunar crystallize, around 370k geo. Yeah, that makes sense. That's with damage percent buffs though. Without it, it's her geo damage is lower. Is there a world where Goro can work instead of Farina? Not with Shilonen. Third Geo disables Shilonen's passive. Unless you have Shilonen C2. You can use Goro instead of Zhongli in this team, though. It's very similar. Right? Because with Goro, your buffs are a little bit stronger, but you have a lot less reaction damage. Because Zhongli's app is a lot better. Did I end up doing any calcs for Inefa with V3? I don't think I did, actually. If we're on Inefa here, is Columbina doing the Geo one or the Electro one? Does it matter? It doesn't matter, right? It's gonna do literally the same damage. I guess if it's Geo, you have the shred, but not if it's Electro. Technically, it Lua Quills. No, that's only to the active characters, so Columbina doesn't generally get them. Also, with Inefa, what's the best set here? Probably... Oh. God, what the fuck are you supposed to go on Inefa here? Is this an Instructor Idlua angle? I think it is, yeah. Doesn't that tank his stats too much? Yeah, but his quill damage is not that high. And single stat scalers don't get punished as much for going Instructor. Especially if the single stat they scale with is EM, because Instructor gives EM as the 2-piece. So Instructor might be better. Instructor is mid as fuck there anyways. I mean, It's half uptime on Colombina and Inefa and basically full uptime on Zabai. I don't think it's bad. For now, we'll just do Double Dawn, I think. Well, I guess we should call it Morning Star now. Inefa on Deathmatch. Okay, so we lose Zhongli. What does losing Zhongli mean? Losing Zhongli means no more shred from him. So all these 0.15 are now 0.05. And this 0.05 is now 0.9. Right? Then we lose a fuck ton of lunar crystallized procs. Right? We have a total of... Does the skill apply Geo? I forgot. Yes, it does. So that's 4 Geo apps plus 7. It's like 7.5 average, right? Because it's 7 when you burst and 8 when you don't. Let's just round it to 8. Because that's 12 and it's a multiple of 3. And then Itlua is another 6. So we're at 18 applications. Really? That sounds high. That sounds way higher than it should be. There's no shot that's right. That's 5 lunar crystallized waves. That would be 6. You get like 3? Yeah. I know. That's why I'm confused. Whatever. Let's just assume like 4 waves total. Oh no, it's because some of the Geo apps won't be lunar crystallized with Inefa, right? Let's say 4 waves total. Let's say 9 hits here. And 3 hits here. This 9, 3. This is 12. This is 2. This is 0. Okay. Alright. And now we need to add Inefa damage. Was it 330? I think it was 330. 454. 46.6 times 2. 24. Substats. That's it. 350. Elemental Mastery. All right. We don't have Instructor anymore, so I got to remove the Instructor from the other characters. Oopsie. I clicked on Home instead of Delete. Okay. Then we have Oninefa, substats. Do you burst Oninefa in this team? Is that worth it? It's probably worth it. Probably not worth building ER, but probably worth using when available. %6 of her attack divided by 2. Rotation will be too long. Maybe. Yeah, maybe we just don't use it for now. It's more straightforward that way, at least. Anyways, 80 from substats, 80 from Morningstar, 120 from Serenades. Is that it? Yeah. Pretty much. EM multiplier. We don't have a single character that's not from Nog right now. So we don't have the Ascendant Gleam bonus anymore. We still have the 2 pieces. We still have Columbina Burst. We still have Morningstar. Damage percent 0. Crit value. We have Crit Ascension. Main stat. This was Idlua. We don't have that. This was Columbina's thing. We don't have that. And instead we have Deathmatch. Effective attack. Effective attack, Lunar. Lunar. This will be new Lunar Charge, not Lunar Crystallize, and it's 2604. I guess that means I also need to have 2604 here. Maybe I should just split it. Yeah, I think that's probably better. Lunar Charge proc. It was below Lunar Crystallize proc, so now number of Lunar Charge. Damage Lunar Charge. Damage Lunar Charge. Okay, so how many Lunar Charges are we getting? 20-second rotation? Yeah, I think that's fine. In a 20-second rotation, we'll get 10 hits. So it'll be 12.5. No. I'm stupid. 13.3. 11? Where the fuck are you pulling 11 from? How short is your rotation? What the? I was doing 18. I feel like 18 is really optimistic. $11 with a 33% increase. Well, it would be 12. Because that's 9 hits. With a third of them hitting twice. You lose one with a Geo app? Do you, though? I guess it depends on the specific timing in your setup. Okay, sure. We can assume that. So, number of lunar charges here, I'll assume. I think I'll assume 12, right? Because I'm doing a 20-second rotation here. Who has the higher proc here? Columbina does. So 12 divided by 1, 12 divided by 2. Alright. Motion value, Inefa. Let me pull that out. 146.9. 163.2 times 10. Motion value lunar, 65 times 3 times 10. And then we have damage, no shred. This makes sense. Damage lunar, also no shred. Gotta make sure it's adjusted for that. Damage lunar charge on Columbina. Also make sure there's no shred here. And we give the damage to the lunar charge damage to her as well. And then properly put this shit here. And yeah, that's pretty good. So is her best team just with Inefa last slot? I guess so, right? I had a 151. Yeah, that's close enough to be. You did slightly shorter rotations, right? Although I think here... Oh yeah, that's fine. Or are you doing 20 seconds? From what I've seen, rotation length seems kind of awkward because of animation time. But maybe I just have seen bad gameplay. From what I know, the fourth slot has 1 second field time. It should be 18 seconds. I guess. Okay. Now, let's bench this fraud. Right? No more Idlua. Remove these. Okay. Let's remove his buffs. So his buffs are... What are his buffs again? 50% CV. That is also on Columbina. Um, 200 defense. And was it 60 EM? Or is it 80? No, 60 is from her passive. Hey, thank you for the raid, Tavika. Also, I just remembered I forgot to remove 1 stack of this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm also wondering if there's ever a world where we try to battery Columbina better so we don't have to use Amber. Probably not. But this is Amber with ER Sands. There's probably a world where you get away with HP Sands. Anyways, did I remove all of the stats you get from Ilua? I think so, right? I removed the crit, I removed the EM, I removed the flat defense, and I removed the quills. That's it, right? I didn't remove the lunar crystallize amount, but I guess that depends on who I use here. So let's copy this so we can look at a few alternatives to him here. Are you doing 2GO? Yeah, I'm still doing 2GO. I think you always want to do 2GO? Maybe not, honestly. What if the best last slot in this team is just Sucrose? Zabai would have no shred. I mean, sure, but Columbina and Inefa would have shred. So the question is Zabai with no shred gonna do more damage than Flynn's? And the answer is, honestly, maybe. Like, I could see it. You're gonna be streaming during the live stream? I don't think so. I think I've decided that I'm just gonna stream normal time tomorrow and watch a live stream late. Anyways, first, let's take a look at Chilonen here. Because a lot of people have her. Would Scroll be better? Or would Instructor be better? Probably Scroll, honestly. Because that lets us have a lot more defense for the Nullcry Resonance, the Ascending Gleam bonus. Right? Don't think you get Hydro Scroll? I think you do. Because it's Lunar Crystallize. Like, if you can get Lunar Crystallize and Electro Crystallize at the same time, you should be able to get Scroll on both. The reason why you don't get Scroll on Hydro or on Electrocharge Crystallize is because of Crystallize Global ICD, but Lunar Crystallize doesn't have Global ICD. It's considered a separate reaction entirely. So I'm pretty sure you would get both elements with the Scroll. As long as you're not using Inefa Burst and getting 2U Electro. Right? As long as your Electro is below 0.5. Chilonen should give you both. Anyways, but yeah, in this team, Chilonen gets enough defense to get about 30% from the Ascending Gleam bonus. Right? Then we also have Shred. 56 Shred is 23 for Geo. It's 1.13 for non-Geo. Yeah, so Chilonen is about as good as Idlu SC6. Fuck, that's sad. No, I didn't reduce the amount of Lunar Crystallizes yet. Okay. It is lower here. It's a bit lower. We don't have Shilonen damage here. Should be like around 2k, right? So yeah, about 10k lower total. This very similar to what I had with Farina instead of Inefa, so Farina being a fraud yet again. No surprise there. I didn't give the scroll, actually. I forgot. Plus 40%. Oh. Yeah, Farina's an Omega fraud. What the fuck? Yeah, as it turns out, not having to use Shilonen's burst and Farina's burst is a pretty big fucking deal. How do you get 40% scroll on both Hydro and Electro? Because you should... I can't check it, right? Because I don't have access to the beta. But the reason why you don't get both on live is because of Crystallized Global ICD. But Crystallized Global ICD is not Lunar Crystallized Global ICD. Lunar Crystallized is a separate reaction altogether, and it doesn't have Global ICD at all. So you should be able to trigger Lunar Crystallize and Electro Crystallize with the same geo application on a Lunar Charge target. You should. So long as your Electro Aura is less than 0.5 U. Which it should be. When you still have the Shilonen. But, like, I'm not, like, Omega confident in that. Won't the rotation time also get lower? Using Inefa instead of Farina? Yeah. Yeah, I have the rotation 2 seconds faster here. True. Alright, time to check. Time to check what no one wants to think about and no one wants to see. Wait, actually, no, I just realized I'm an idiot. I can't have her on scroll. Now I don't have anyone on Serenade. Oh yeah, that's not good. I guess I should still have her on scroll, but I need to have one of these on Serenade. Because I didn't remove the Serenade bonus. Yeah. I guess in this case it would be enough. Okay, okay. Fixed. 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 Okay. Pretty sure you can get double crystallized anyway using Shilonen's burst. It's kind of hard because in order to get the like online without lunar crystallize being a thing, in order to get a hydro crystal, you need to not have electro at all, which is kind of right. Like during Shilonen's burst animation, Inefa might hit again, and then if she does, you're not gonna get the hydro crystal, right? You didn't remove Morningstar 2-piece? True. True, actually. Yeah, so 10k. Still a bit better than Farina, but very similar here. Okay. Let's take a look at a couple other options. Is there a Geo character here that wouldn't suck? Albedo? No, which Albedo isn't it? Chiori? That's a good one. Maybe Zhongli. Right? Zhongli. On... Does... No. Is Zhongli actually good, or does Zhongli prevent you from getting lunar charge? His Geo-App might be too good, actually. Like, Zhongli's throwing so many fucking rocks in the river, he's gonna dry the river by himself. So maybe Zhongli's not the play. But I don't feel like you have anything else, honestly. Right? Like, what else could work? We don't have, we don't have Witch, so we can't really use Albedo or Mona. You should get Hydro Squall with Shalona. I looked at the footage. Okay, bet. What if you just look at Aino? How bad could Aino really be here? Really bad, actually. I'm not gonna bother. Yeah, let's just fucking put the Sucrose in the bag. Fine. Fine. With Sucrose, you should get 25% from the Ascent. Ah! From the Ascendant Gleam. Okay. So we lose Geo Resonance. This goes to 0.9. This goes to 0.9. These go to 0.9. Okay. We gain... Zabite doesn't get the 50 EM. We have 220, 221, 187 times 3, 140, 120. Right? And then we have plus 20% of Sucrose EM. Is this a 2-swap Sucrose? Probably. Sucrose animation time is slower, or is faster, sorry. It takes less time. So 2-swap Sucrose is probably similar rotation length as 1-swap Shilonen. The Baikon's all about... No, you just do this the same way you do Flynn's, basically. And then... Without a second Geo, do we ever get the Lunar Charge instead of the Lunar Crystallize on Columbina? Probably not, right? Maybe one of the gravities is Lunar Charge and the other two are Lunar Crystallize. That sounds cringe to calc. I'll just assume they're Lunar Crystallize and lowball it a little. That's fine. Gravity is damage based? I don't... Is that true? Isn't it the amount of times you trigger it? I thought that's what it was. It's both? Yeah, like it's the amount of times that you proc it and you deal damage with it, but it's not the amount of damage. Is it? Anyways, we gotta give the shred to these. 1.15. 1.15. 1.15. 1.15. 1.15. Yeah. Okay, so Zuko's a little bit lower here. It's not that much lower, though. Honestly, it actually might be an I know angle. Maybe not. I don't know, man. I think I'm just being delusional right now, actually. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening here. I'm just being delusional right now. Right? Because, like, hydro resonance. I know particles. Probably enough to go sack Jade on ER Sands, I'd say. Plus 40 plus 36.8 times 2. And then we do this and plus 80 as well as 35 here. I know it's at 120. Okay, here. So I know C6 is similar to Idlo as C2. It's not ideal, yeah. I know damage not added. Yeah, that's intentional. There you go. Is that better? Does that make you happy? I think if you're a Zabai player, you ignore Colombina and go all in on Zabai's banner. I think it depends on what else you have available for her teams. Because I don't think Idlo is valuable enough to really warrant you wanting to get cons on him. Like, he's not bad, but like... I don't know, man. Like, I'm pretty sure that, like, this team is better than the best Zabai team you can do without Colombina with Zabai C1. How good is Zabai's weapon? Depends on whether your team's allow you to do Harbinger or not. Because Harbinger's fucking broken if you can use it. But if you can't use it, your options kind of suck. Comparatively. So the amount that you get from her signature depends a lot based on whether it's you're starting from Harbinger or starting from Espetal. Alright, starting from Harbinger, her weapon is kind of dog shit. It's just not worth getting at all. Starting from Flute, it might be. Anyways. What's the next team I want to look at here for Zabai? Is there any more Inefa Colombina stuff I want to look at? Actually. No, Durin can't get, yeah, Durin can't get the shred properly, right? Which is kind of annoying. Is there ever a world where Dark Durin is good in a team like that? Probably not. Probably never good enough. Any animal characters that would be good? Is Yehoda ever good? Meh. Probably not great. Animations are too long. Any cryo characters that would be good? Don't think Chongyun really helps with rotation length. Hmm. Meh. Not really. He looks so dumb every time, man. Um, maybe we can actually take a look at Chiori. What's the team people are looking at for Chiori? Josie Lua? Oh. We're playing a sustainless team here. That's what's going on. I see. I don't know how I feel about that. But let's take a look. Um... What weapon do we give Chiori here? I guess Spindle? Ew. God. Like, there's no shot we can play Harbinger. Maybe we can play Harbinger on Chiori here, actually. If we go Amber Columbina, it's probably okay. Because Chiori shouldn't stay on field for too long. What set do we go here? Oh, is this a golden troop angle? I think it is. Oh boy, that's disgusting. Oh, okay. I don't think this is gonna be good, but okay, let's take a look. Crit value, we lose the insane crit value from Harbinger, because we can't fucking use that. And defense percent, we gain 69 and 32. Right? That's it from the weapon changing. Next. Wouldn't Hose be better for knock-on resonance? I guess, sure. How do you not overcap crit rate on Harbinger? I don't overcap crit rate on Harbinger. Just have a build like mine. All you need is to have the ugliest goblet you've ever seen. Instructor Ilua. Yeah, that's probably better, honestly. But I kind of can't be bothered. Anyways, what do we have here? We lose the instructor that I had on Zhongli. We lose Zhongli's Shred. And, like, realistically, we also probably have less Lunar Crystallize. But it's probably fucking good enough, man. Anyways, shred. This is now 1.05. This is also 1.05. This is 0.9. Yeah. Okay. Wait, chat, I just had an idea. You guys know how the problem with the Albedo Mona team was that you were extending your rotation too much because of Mona? What if you just do Albedo Sucrose? Okay, I'm gonna look at that next. Wait, that might actually be goated. Wait, that might actually be fucking goated. Wait. Pause. I think Albedo is just worse than Inefa there. No. With Sucrose? The fact that Albedo gives you Georesonance is kind of relevant. And like his personal damage should be pretty decent in those teams. Maybe not. I'll take a look. Anyways, Chiori is gonna be really fucking annoying, isn't she? Yeah. Wait. Because we got multiple different thingies. Right? Base, attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack. Okay, so Chiori base defense. Where is Chiori? Base defense 953. Defense percent. Bro. Chiori attack scaling is 80% of her defense scaling. Is it? Is that what the conversion rate is? Oh, cool. Anyways. Defense percent. How much defense percent? Is this ever a defense goblet angle? $58.3. 54. Substats. What else? We don't have anything from weapon here, so that would be it, right? Literally adding 4 rows for nothing. I don't think it's for nothing. I wanna be as precise as possible for this one. Anyways, base attack 323 plus 401. Attack percent 20. Flat attack 350. Okay. Okay, elemental mastery here. How much would we have? We don't have this 80, but we have this 80 and this 120. Yeah, multiplier. Obviously, we don't have this 60. And then the 10 is going to be different. Here, because I want to compare Defense Goblet to Geo Goblet, I actually need to put the formula properly. So it's 1% per 100 defense, right? So times defense divided by 100. Damage percent here, we're on Geo Goblet for now. And we have Husk. Is that it? Or does she get Geo? I think she gets Geo damage, right? Yeah. 20 damage bonus here. And this does work. So plus 20. Crit value. Crit Ascension. Main stat. Idlua. Substats. Harbinger. Effective defense. Effective attack. Lunar Crystallize proc. Motion value defense. Okay, how many hits do you get again? I don't want to look it up again. I have to look it up every time because I always forget. I know it's 3 Seize the Moment, but I don't remember how many tomatoes it is. 4? Okay, I know that's wrong. I know that's very wrong. 10 total? That makes sense, I think. I'll go double check. Chiori in a team that has... What the fuck is this, by the way? Who submitted this to GC Sim? But it's fine. We don't care how good the team is. We just want to look at Chiori proc, right? If I look up tomato, I should be fine, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's 10. So it's 3 and 10. Because it's 3 and 5 by default, right? Or is it 1 and 5 by default? I forgot. Do you get this without the construct? You do, yeah. So it's 3 and 5 by default. And the 5 gets doubled with the construct. Okay. So we never burst. So it's 174 times 10 plus 317 times 3. And 80% of this for the attack scaling. And that's it. And we have this. Yeah. So pretty noticeably worse here. I guess rotation length is a little bit faster with Chiori. Maybe. So it's not noticeably worse, but it's not as good. Did you add the knockout resonance? I did. I didn't check defense goblet though. It's slightly worse. They're basically the same though. If you put her on Fab, can Colomina go sack Jade? I mean, Colomina can always go sack Jade. It's just less damage than Proto Amber. But no, Fab on Chiori isn't enough energy to make sack Jade feel good. How much do you have Zhongli at? I had it at like 143 here. Yeah. So like Chiori can be better if you're not, if you have Zabai Sig, for example, right? Because you don't get Hod as an upside to Zhongli. Can you check C2 Idlua? Yeah, I had. Did I have one here? No, I didn't. How's Inefo is the buy? She's one of your good last slot options. Like, general Zabai team building is Zabai, Columbina, second Geo, flex slot. And there's a lot of decent options for the flex slot. And Inefa is one of them. Anyways, let's look at Idlua C2 here. So C2 Idlua had the proc lower. I'm gonna have to look up his numbers again. Dies of dies. So 57.1 and 384.1. What the? Zhongli is quite a bit better at above KQM standard because Inefa doesn't have useful talents to crown. Okay, let's tone it down with a quite a bit. I don't think that's quite a bit, but that's a slight push towards that, sure. Why do we calc DPS Colomina teams with 18-second rotation when her cooldown is 17? It's mainly because of animation length, but also for Colomina specifically, if you E every 17 seconds instead of every 18 seconds, you still get 3 instances of skill damage per 18 second. Because her damage isn't based on when you use skill, it's based on her gravity generation. Anyways, we removed the talent levels on Idlua, but we didn't remove the 200 defense. I'm not gonna remove the talent level motion value because he doesn't do any damage anyways. And I'm taking some shortcuts, and I'm cheating. And if you have a problem with that, you can take it up to my lawyer. We also get 20 CV instead of 50, right? Yeah. So yeah, it's like 17k DPS behind. A little bit more than 10%. Is Idlua just another dogshit Knockride 4-star? I think he's kind of different from the others. The problem with Aino is that she was released before anyone else in the Hydro role for Nograi teams. So you'll see her in a lot of teams just because you don't have other good options, right? But she's kind of bad numbers-wise. Problem with Yehuda is animation time being awful. The problem with Itlua is neither of those. It's just that the competition for his slot is a little bit more fierce. He's a better unit, but he's competing against better units too. So he's not like that good. Pre-C6, Itlua is like worse than Shilonen. But C6 Itlua is better. Is he like Sarah was for Raiden? Kinda, yeah. It's a little bit different because honestly, a big reason of why Sarah wasn't that good is because Raiden wasn't that good. If Raiden had better numbers to begin with, Sarah would have actually been better. Right? And the reason why Fischl was what I would recommend at the time over Sarah is because Raiden's numbers were just not good enough to justify forcing her into a hyper carry role. The buy numbers are. Anyways, I want to take a look at Sucrose Albedo. So goodbye Itlua. It's probably not VV Sucrose, right? It's probably Serenade Sucrose. Is this a burst every rotation Albedo or a burst every, or is this a no burst? It might be a no burst Albedo. Because his animation time is pretty long for 125 EM with half uptime. It might not be worth using. Because these teams are gated by rotation or by animation times more than cooldowns. Anyways, it's actually really sad we can't use Fischl here. Because I feel like Fischl would be pretty good if you could use her. But Fischl Electro Application being too good actually prevents you from getting Lunar Crystallizes, right? The reason why you can get Lunar Crystallizes with Inefa is because her Electro Application is once every 2 seconds. So you can actually get Lunar Crystallize with leftover Hydro. Or once you've triggered Electro Crystallize. With Fischl, every time you trigger Electro Crystallize, you reapply Electro. So you're not getting through that shit. Which is very tragic. Because she would actually have been pretty good in this team otherwise. Right? Like, being a witch that gives a pretty good EM buff. And would have enabled a lot of damage from Lunar Crystal, or from Lunar Charge, right? Because, like, your other witch options are just Mona and Sucrose, right? Or am I forgetting someone? I guess you could use Venti, but that's not very good. Technically, you could use Vape Durin. I guess we could look at that. Maybe? Did Cherry not turn out well? Cherry was fine. The biggest problem with Chiori is that you're playing a sustainless team that's not even better than the teams that have sustain. But she's not awful. Anyways, I don't think I removed all the Lua buffs here, right? Yeah. All right. So I'm trying to think of, like, if there's anything else you could do. Okay, let's actually calc this first, right? So Sucrose, Albedo. Sac Sucrose, yeah. Probably Serenade Sucrose. Husk Albedo. Or maybe it's actually Instructor Sucrose, Serenade Albedo. Maybe not. I've been told Nefertiti can easily be played on a 17-second rotation. I mean, I think that's kind of fair, honestly. I talked about this earlier today. I don't know if you were there. I just woke up. Yeah. I think that cooldown gates and animation length gates are inherently very different. And I think it's reasonable to overly be generous to teams that are gated by animation or by teams that are gated by cooldowns compared to teams that are gated by animation length. So if you're going to be doing the exact rotation length that you're aiming for teams that are gated by animation length, I think it's reasonable to cheat teams that are gated by cooldowns and remove a second from the average rotation. Anyways, for now we do Serenade Husk, but Instructor Serenade might be better. Instructor kind of goated, actually. This team would probably go Spindle, right? Albedo base defense is, I don't remember, actually. 876, right? Yeah, 876. Defense percent in this team, 69. 25 from subs, 54 from Husk, 58.3 from main stat. And like, maybe we go defense goblet. Probably. Yeah, definitely, actually. I don't think we want to burst here. Thank you for the 2 months. Potropek. Okay. Albedo, EM, we don't have this 80, we have the rest. And we'll have sucrose, but we'll add that later. This, we can copy, change this here. Remove this. We have the rest. Yeah. Damage percent. Ascension. Average from passive. Other, like the witch passive. Husk. And we're defense goblet, so that's it. How's Albedo your performance if you would burst every rotation? High enough to go Faf. Anyways, we don't have crit ascension. We do have Itlua. No, we don't have Itlua crit. Oh, did I not remove that from this one? Oopsie. Goodbye, Itlua crit. I removed it here though, yeah. Okay. Effective defense. Lunar crystallized proc. Motion value is what, 224, right? Wait. Oh. That's crazy, actually. Wait, do I need to change that in the settings? Make it have buffs by default? Is that a setting yet? It might not be a setting yet. Yeah, it's not. Okay. So it's 227. 227, 240, and 80. This rotation is 19 seconds. So we get 8. Number of lunar crystallize should be the same as this. Damage. This. Oopsie. This. And then we add the sucrose buff. Sucrose EM is sack, main stats, substats, serenade. Will Mona be better here? I looked at Mona earlier, and Mona was pretty good, but the problem with Mona is animation length, right? It takes a while to do EQ and then 4 normals. So it extends your rotation by a decent amount of time. Plus, one of the things that Mona provides is crit rate with a C4. And it can end up being a lot of crit. Like, there's a bunch of situations where you can overcap if you do that. Anyways. Anyways, this is plus 20% times I-93 plus 50 plus 20% times I-93. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so this isn't as good as the Mona one, unfortunately. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Right, with the Mona version, the fact that you get to run a damage-focused weapon on Columbina is really impactful. Right, Zabai damage is similar with Sucrose, but Columbina damage is way lower. I guess I didn't add the 12 damage percent, actually. Or the... What is it? 40% divided by 7 from Sucrose? But it's still not that good, yeah. Yeah. It would be so much better if you could use Fischl. Like, I'm pretty sure if Fischl didn't interfere with your Lunar Crystallize, Fischl would actually... Like, Fischl Albedo would actually be similar to, like, her best teams. It's really tragic that the auras work the way they do. Alright. Any other, like, directions we could take for alternative teams? I don't think so, right? Kalk, Zabai, Yunjin. Why is everyone asking about Yunjin all of a sudden? Kalk's Killbot, Navia. Honestly, like, if Navia was a 4-star, she would actually be pretty decent. But the fact that her burst animation is so long makes her kind of whatever in the team. Chat, what if it were to be, like, crazy? What if it went completely nuts with it? And we did, like, Singto, Columbina, Llama. That's probably enough Hydro, right? That should be enough Hydro. I don't know, man. Swing to official? No, that won't work. It's a pre-release one. I was planning on maybe recording it today, but I think I'll hold off until tomorrow because I need to solidify my thoughts a little bit more on non-premium options for her. I need to look at more alternatives. I wonder if there's ever a world where you go Zabai Zhongli and you go double Hydro just so that you get more Lunar Crystallize. Because Zhongli's so much app now. But I feel like that's kind of a little cooked. Because if your pillar itself doesn't hit, you apply Geo every 2 seconds. And if it does hit, it's like... it's like 3 times every 4 seconds. It's like 1.5 times every 2 seconds. So it's like he does 50%, or he enables 50% more lunar crystallized damage of the pillar hits versus if it doesn't, and infinite percent more if the pillar is not broken versus if it is broken. The problem is that the reaction is not that good. Yeah. It's not bad either, though. I think the actual problem in Zabai teams is that the way that the buffers are balanced for Geo, none of them are, like, massive. Like, so many archetypes have characters that have a lot of role overlap, which makes them have really good buffs and fulfill a different purpose, right? But in Zabai teams, the buffers don't really fulfill a different purpose, right? Like when you use Bennett as an attack buffer, he's also fulfilling defensive utility incredibly well. And he's also helping you for your setups that require Pyro as part of the setup. When you use Lali in Melt teams, she's overlapping pretty decent buffs with elemental enabling. When you use Chevreurs, it's pretty much just the buffs, but the buffs are way higher to compensate, right? And you look at the value of the buffs for these characters, and they're not way higher to compensate for the fact that they're only really doing one thing. When you look at Goro, when you look at Idlua, right? So it kind of feels weird to build a team for her, because her damage is good enough to justify wanting to make her a hyper carry. But the supports you have available to buff her are kind of underwhelming. Like her dedicated supports are so bad that she can actually use Shilonen and it's about as good. Shilonen, a generic support where a good portion of her power budget is in a damage percent buff. And Shilonen is competitive with Idlua. She needs a Lomagio. I mean, I don't think that's a thing that is necessary. Like, I think this is a much healthier place to be. Game design-wise. But it does make building her teams a little bit more awkward. Ilua is a fraud then? I mean, Ilua is like halfway between Goro and Farazan in power level. But it's like, he has a similar problem as to what Farazan had on release, right? Unless you're going for cons, it's really unlikely you'll get C6 on a new 4-star. But there are two main differences that, in my opinion, make him like noticeably worse than Farazan, right? One, I think that just the amount of stuff he provides is a bit lower. But two, Farazan was released in an era where power creep was like pretty much non-existent. Right? Like, the way the game got quote-unquote power crept in Sumeru was just floor teams becoming better and better. It becoming easier to get to your, I don't know, if fucking 80k DPS teams, whatever. It wasn't really the ceiling getting any higher. And on Farazan's release, it was pretty clear that the problem with the Anemo carries was the Anemo carries themselves, not Farazan. So if you were to get C6 Farazan, you were pretty confident she was going to stay relevant in the meta for a while for Anemo carries, right? Sure, you weren't confident that we would keep having good, relevant Anemo carries, but if you were playing one of those Anemo carries, you were pretty confident she'd stay on your team. I think with Ilua, that's not the case. I think he's really easy to knock out of the team. Which is why I'm a little worried, right? And why I don't know if I want to recommend people go for like C1 Zabai instead of C0 Zabai plus C0 Columbina, right? Yeah, I'm a little worried about that, but it is what it is, I suppose. All right, chat. Let's do our stall. I think we're getting a little bit tired, so might be time to wind down the stream. We stare. Let's pound. Let's zilch. Okay. It can't be ladle. Eagle. Kale from League of Legends. That's a word? Uh-oh. That's not good. Fable. Oh, thank fucking God. Oh, shit. Dude, I guess Kale from League of Legends thinking it wasn't a real word. So I thought it wouldn't waste a guess. But, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, no, well, I mean, we pulled through, but man. What the fuck? My mini, man. No mini today? What the fuck? Well, that's cooked. Okay. We get an insane angled performance to make up for it. Yeah? Um... You know, usually I see things like this and I'm like, it's around 300, but it's never going to be on the dot. And then it is 300 and I regret it. I feel like it's less than 300. No, I feel like it's more than 300. Whatever. Yeah, it's a little bit more than 300. Okay, whatever. 302. Yeah. Close enough. Close enough. Close enough. Gee. I sure do wonder what that is. Okay, I say that, but like, I actually don't recognize these characters. So maybe it's not Vinland Saga. But like, it has to be. But I don't recognize these characters. But I might just be an idiot. I'm probably just an idiot. Yeah, I'm just an idiot. I recognize these characters. That's my goats. Is that fucking Harley Quinn? There's a Suicide Squad isekai? I'm guessing it's that. I have not watched this. What the fuck? I mean, it's fine. Isekai equal no, I guess. No, I don't recognize this. Don't know. 28? Is that her age? That doesn't look like a 28-year-old. What? What is this title? Okay. I guess. Okay, I think they put fucking 2 U's in the name, yeah. Stupid and cringe. This was that Bleach? I think. This looks like the character design from one of those gay Chinese shows. And I don't yeah. But it doesn't look like the art from one of those gay Chinese shows. So I don't actually know what this is. This is that Spice and Wolf? I don't know, man. Maybe. Is her name Spice? Is her name Wolf? Probably not. It is Spice and Wolf. Okay, bet. Wait, it was one of those Chinese gay shows. Fuck! Wait, fuck! I mean, it's not like I could have guessed them anyways, because I don't know what they're called. The only one I know was Heaven Official's Blessing. Is that this one? Chat? No, it's the other one. Oh, okay. Well, then I wouldn't have gotten it even if I guessed the one Chinese gay show I know. Anyways, which sloppy isekai is this again? I don't remember. Was that isekai? I don't even remember if this was it. Whatever. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Not my best day. It's fine. We got carried by the anime guest, so what the fuck? Chat? We could get this into if we're smart about it. Devilman Crybaby. Is that from manga? Tokyo Ghoul? That's way older. Goblin Slayer. I don't think that's higher than 7.3. I think Devilman Crybaby is a good guess. Holy shit, wait, you're actually the GOAT. What the fuck? Alright. Is this going to... It's probably... Yeah. I don't know. Is that Assassination Classroom? Huh. I did not remember it sounded like that. Okay. You know, chat, Assassination Classroom, for some fucking reason, is like one of those shows that I've watched like once a long ass time ago, but for some reason, I remember the names of the characters. I don't know why. I guess it's just because the names just suit them, I guess. Oh, I don't know. Okay. This is a little cooked. It's fine. What is this, man? Yeah, I don't know what this is. Dance in the Vampire Bund. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what this is. I have no idea, man. They're singing. Maybe. No, that doesn't look like singing, actually. That was a table read. That was a... This might be a voice acting anime. Is there a voice acting anime? Wait, if that's a voice acting anime, I should watch it. That sounds interesting. Voice, that is a voice actor. No. Okay! It actually is a voice acting anime. That's crazy. Voice actor radio? What the fuck is that? Is that a thing? Like a radio show? Like, do they do voice acting on the radio, or is it voice actors being radio broadcasters? Both? I see. Because if it's the latter, like, that's not voice actor radio. That's just radio. You know? Like, that's like if you go to... If someone advertises their restaurant as a Japanese restaurant because it's run by a Japanese guy and they just serve fucking poutine. Like, that's not a Japanese restaurant, man. Like, that's that's not how that works. Like, sure, you're technically not wrong, but like, actually, this is tidbit of wisdom number 3 of 2026. Japanese restaurants can't serve poutine. They're not allowed. Would you eat Japanese poutine? I don't know. Like, I'd try it, but I wouldn't have high expectations. I mean, most Canadian poutine sucks. There's like 3 good poutine places in all of Canada. Did you try every place? No, but I've tried a lot of places, and I only know of one good one. But I'm sure there's at least, but no more than 2 additional good poutine places that I just haven't tried. Why is it so hard to get it right if it's just fries, gravy, and cheese? I mean, the gravy doesn't really matter because, like, anyone who's good at their job as a chef will be able to do a good gravy. But the cheese is a matter of, like, having the right suppliers for cheese. Most cheeses do not suit poutine very well. And the fries, it's also a matter of, like, having the right like thickness and texture. But, like, I'd say that, like, as long as you're a relatively good cook, what decides how good your poutine is not the gravy. It's how smart you are about buying the right cheese and how good you are at making fries. What's the kind of cheese used in poutine? I don't actually know what it's called in English. I also don't know what the actual name is in French. I know what the, like, colloquial name is. It's fromage squish squish. Yeah, you got it right, Lud. It's just squish squish cheese. I don't actually know what. I think it's. It's cheddar curds. I'm pretty sure. But, like, the specific cheddar curds that you're supposed to use for poutine, I actually don't know if I've ever seen good one, like, good ones, other than the, like, one Quebec supplier that there is. Which is Saint Albert. And it's like any cheese that isn't specifically Saint Albert cheddar cheese is, like, disappointing in poutine. But, like, it's so fucking good when it's the right one. Maybe that's just because that specific cheese is goated, though, because it's also, like, really good by itself as a snack. Anyways, we got 38k on the adult today. Is there a specific drink served with poutine? No, not really. I actually think that poutine is one of those like foods that actually goes really fucking well with soda. And, like, hyper sweet soda. like Orange Crush or something like that goes like fucking hard with poutine. Dr. Pepper? Is Dr. Pepper that sweet? I don't have Dr. Pepper. Like, I don't remember the last time I had Dr. Pepper. Hoyo quiz. Should we do that? Sure, fuck it. Let's try it. Random 10. That's client. Okay, really? I can't tab? Is that Dory? I'm not sure. It looks like Dory's hat. It wasn't. Oh, that's Nevilet's. Damn. GG. Okay, that's just... How am I supposed to get that? The color looks ugly, so let's try Tuffnutty. Oh, it's Chow. That looks like the Shineling skin. It's probably not that. Wait a second. No, that's a leaf. That might be Kazuha, actually. I was wrong. But that's Yoimiya. Oh. Bro. Wait, is that Flynn's fucking yeehaw ass haircut? It is. Oh my god. Wait, huge actually. Is that Lisa? I think that's Lisa. Yeah. Oh. That's not Milani, right? No way, right? It looks like Milani's colors, but like what? She has a bow on her hip? I actually never noticed. What the fuck? Ito maybe? That looks low for Ito though. No. Wait, I still don't know actually. I have no idea. Bro, what the fuck is this? It's like fabric, so maybe it's Chiori. Oh, is that Toma? It is. His pants are ugly, man. It's not my fault. Okay, I don't know. Actually, it's probably a tall male character. It looks like the sort of pants they would have. I know Risley has big-ass boots. We had Nevidet earlier. Could be Zhongli, maybe? No. Child? Oh, nice. Is that Nevidet again? No way, right? It's not gonna be Nevidet again, so maybe it's Farina. But that face, that mouth looks French. Oh, I was wrong. Okay. That could have been worse, actually. Let's do another 10. I mean, that's Animo. I think. That's not Animo. Uh-oh. I'm a fraud, chat. I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud. I'm actually a massive fraud. What? Huh? Maybe it's Jean? It is. Okay. I was like, that's Varka. But Varka's not out yet, so it can't be Varka. Is that Clyde again? No. I don't know what this is, man. It's like, feels like it should be Dainsliff, but yeah, I don't know, man. I actually have no idea. I'm gonna just skip, I guess. I still have no idea. I'm stumped, man. Is that Auron? Dude, okay. That's cheating, man. Cause his pants don't look like the pants of an edgy teenager unless it's from the front. Whatever, man. Oh, I have no idea. Ning, maybe? I don't know, man. What the fuck? Is that Tomato? No. The hell is this, man? Is that Sarah? Huh. Okay. Dude. Like, how am I supposed to know this one? I don't know, man. Gumming. No. That's Shinyan, okay. Okay, I'm kind of smurfing right now. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Let's do another 10. Well, I know it now. I don't know, actually. Oh. I don't know for this one either. Oh, bet. Oh, is that Kokomi? No. Maybe. No. Oh, is that Lumine? No. Is that Skirk? That's Skirk. GG. That fabric has patterns on it. GG. Close enough. Huh? I have no idea. Oh, right. I'm orange. Yeah, I don't know, man. Is that Lumine? Okay. No, you know what? I'll get this one, actually. I'm lying. I have no idea. Maybe it's just Shinyan again. No. Is that Shenhe? That's Rosaria. Damn. Yeah, I don't even have a guess, actually. Is that Yunjin? I'm actually not sure. It is. Without her hat, she looks so different, man. That's not Chow? What? Is that Raiden? Wow. Okay. No, we can do better. 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 Is that Rosaria? Yeah. Is that... Wait. Is that Chiori? Or Toma? It's Chiori. Okay. Well, fuck, I guess. You know what? It's gonna be Nahida. It wasn't. I'm a fucking idiot. Oh my god. I don't want to talk about it. Huh? Wait, what? How is... How is that not Toma? I'm guessing Toma again. Oh, it's Beto. I don't know what pattern this is. It's wings, but Columbina's not out. Who else has wings? Any planes in the chat? Is that Mika? Are the wings like the Church of Favonius and eagles and shit? That's crazy. That's not quite Charlotte's hair color, right? I don't think it is. No. I don't know, actually. Oh! I'm an idiot. Okay, maybe I suck at this, actually. I don't know who this is. I should have known who this was. Oh, man. Is that Skirk again? It is. That's Nilo. Okay. Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Well, fuck, this one's not on me, man. Is that Dory? That's Chi-Chi. Damn. I'm cooked. I have no idea. Kind of looks like a bandage, but I don't think it's Yoimiya. It's hair. Is that Bennett? No. Maybe? No. GG. No fucking clue, actually. Am I a fraud again? Oh my god. Oh my god, man. I don't know, man. Is that Kinich? No. That's... Maybe? It is. I have no idea. That's right, like... I have no clue. It's Aoife? Man, this is hard. Is that you? That can't be Yoimiya, right? Who is that? Bro, who the fuck is that? Oh. Dude. That's gotta be Risley's ass. Damn. Never mind. My bad. uh, anyways. I don't know, man. Yeah, okay. No clue. Oh. Dude, I also never noticed Molani had fucking fins on her head. Yikes, that was really bad. Okay, last one. Last attempt. That's not a good start. Is that Kazuha, maybe? No. Toma? No. Oh. That looks like Nahida's colors, but I don't think it's Nahida. Is that Qianyun? Yeah. That looks like Xiangling's hair. Okay. You gotta give it to me. That was a good one. Actually. Like, that was actually kind of an insane clock. I don't know what this is. Hmm? Oh! Bet. That's just a white square, man. I don't even... I don't even... oh. I guess I should have guessed Hazo from how it was all white. Sorry. My bad. I have no clue. Is that Yai? Yeah. Is that Beto? Probably not. Shenhe? Yeah. Nilo? Yeah. Okay. I can't break 800, man. Fuck. I gotta go again, man. Bro, I mean, what the fuck is this? It might be Nilo's horns, actually. No. Bennett? No. I have no fucking idea, man. That looks like Sandrone. Is it Noelle? Huh. Well, that was a bad start, man. Wait, who is that again? I forgot. Fuck. Hmm? What? That's not Kanich? Is that Kirara? I never noticed she had a fucking 8-bit pattern there. Like, what the hell? That's not my fault. Wait, I actually don't know. I feel like I should, though. Oh! Whatever, man. You get me out. Wait, what is that? Wait, zooming in cheats? What the fuck? Wait, no, I don't want to cheat. Because, like, that looks like Nilo's colors, but it's not Nilo. Because that's not hair, that's like a bow. But who has a red bow on their clothes? I don't know. Is that a vision? It looks so weird. But maybe it's just a low quality image vision. Or maybe not. I don't know, man. No, it is. But it's Animo, not Cryo. But it looks blue. Whatever, man. Get me out. Okay, chat. I'm hallucinating stars on this. So initially I thought it was Paimon. I think that means I gotta end stream though, because like I'm actually seeing stars, but then when I like move my head a little or like move my eyes a little, the stars disappear. Okay, Paimon is not a valid guess. I don't know. Sayu? Yeah. Dude, that's the perpetual mechanical array. What? Oh no, that's Deluxe fucking grandma drip. Yeah. I'd recognize that pattern anywhere. Don't know what this is, actually. Is that Durin? Nice. That feels Geo. I don't know. Oh, that's Kave. I have no idea, man. Oh, that's Sino. Oh, I'm so fucking bad at this game. Maybe they fixed the mini and I can redeem myself. They did. Okay, bet. Doggy dog. Diver. 1 a.m. Germs. Meta. Okay. Sub 1, we'll take that. We'll take that, actually. Pretty reasonable. Pretty reasonable mini today. I kind of blanked on these two. Spent too much time on them when I should have just moved on. Dude, you're so good at this shit. Damn. True! Not a paid chatter. I'm gonna be honest. The mini is something you can practice. Because there's a lot of these words that aren't really words that they just keep reusing. Like A-team is something that you use all the fucking time. And like you would never think of A-team if you haven't done a mini before. Because like that's not a word, that's an expression of multiple words. But anyways. Anyways, chat, I think that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow we'll watch a live stream. I don't think I'll watch it live. I think I'll just watch it at tomorrow's regularly scheduled stream. We'll also do the Zabai pre-release. So you guys can look forward to that. There isn't really anyone I follow that's on Genshin right now. I could start streaming now, I guess. Well, then I would just adjust my statement to there isn't really anyone I follow and like who's on Genshin right now. True! Okay, never mind. Okay, sorry. Actually, that was rude, actually. My bad. that was unwarranted. I think I'm just gonna end stream here. You guys have a good time. Live stream tomorrow. Hope you show up. If you're planning on watching the live stream as it comes out, know that for tomorrow's stream, we will probably. I think I'll start with the live stream before I spend resin or do anything else. So if you don't want to watch that, you can just show up once we're done. Anyways, hope you all have a good time, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.